forgot it was Memorial Day on Monday. But again, it doesn't look promising, especially because he said, due to this week's updates. And I looked at the company's financial standings. They didn't have great earnings this quarter, and their profits were kind of at an all-time low. So it's not looking great. Like, what I'm guessing is that the role got canceled, and they're trying to do some sort of like internal thing right now to figure out whether or not they have the budget to hire someone. Or again, maybe there's just a better candidate. I don't really know, but it sounds like he wants to connect, but it's just kind of chaotic over there right now. So, anyways, I'll just wait. I know that when I first interviewed for the role, they had mentioned that they don't really have a timeline for a start date. They mostly just want to find the right person. And so I know that they may not also be in a rush. And I'm also not really in a rush either because, again, I have a job and I know that I'm publicly, putting these things online while I'm at my current role. But I want to be respectful to both companies and kind of just mention that I do really like my current job. But I think it's a very normal thing to look elsewhere for other opportunities. And I don't think that that should be taboo. I think that's a very normal process and it's a healthy thing to like talk about. Now, maybe people won't agree with me that putting it on the internet is the right thing to do. But I have my reasons and personal reasons as well, and I won't share those with you guys today. But
You want to give me a thumbnail so I can change it? What's going on, Krishna? Yeah, I'm back to it. You already know. The struggle continues. How you doing? Hmm. Very college. Best of luck, best of luck. I'm just preparing to get another job. It's referencing memory. You're excited and nervous as well, dude. It's always like that. I guess for me, I don't know. I joined college late, so for me, I definitely felt a little bit nervous, but you know, pretty standard stuff. Yeah, this is LeetCode, so LeetCode in JavaScript. Sorry, I should just be. Mm. You're also gonna start learning JavaScript after CSS. Nice. Seems like a good plan. Seems like a solid plan. Uh, Hey, what's going on, RJ? How you doing, man? It's never captured. Need to sort the input. Set must not contain duplicates. Is there any other language for DSA? Yeah, probably Python. I think that's a pretty easy one to use. Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, I'm based out here in the US. But yeah, Python's really good. You could do C++, but I feel like that's arguably harder than using JavaScript. How many questions have I solved on LeetCode till now? I have no idea, dude. Only 143, mostly mediums. You gave it some thought and decided to go with web development. Nice, man. I'm glad to hear it. You're very welcome. How hard is it to get a job in the US? Right now is kind of rough, I would say. Job market's a little bit crazy, but maybe if you're offshored as a contractor, it's easier. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Of course, no problem. Yeah, I'm assuming contract work is easier. If you're gonna move here, I mean, with the whole Trump administration thing going on, I think it'll be hard to get a citizenship right now anyway. So, LeetCode won't give me a job. Dude, that's literally what majority. I have a real project, bro. Check out my fucking description. Relax. Jesus Christ. I need to leak code because it's part of the interview process, okay? Do you have a job? Did you get a job through LeetCode too? You have to know LeetCode, dude. Companies aren't switching off LeetCode yet, okay? It's a process. Jesus Christ, dude. All right, cool story, bro. You are literally a waste of space here. See ya. Dude, yo, what's up, Milk? Yeah, dude. That guy is probably the founder of his own like homeless encampment. Swear to God, some of these people. It's actually crazy. Yeah, what's going on, Milk? I've been just fucking grinding, dude. It's just the worst. Dude, I know. This it's literally the best. I love it when I get uh like critique or comments by people who literally aren't even working right now. On the right side, it's just a AI that's helping me kind of visually break down the solution. So oh, just not feeling chatty. Oh no, you're good, you're good. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, on the right it's just cursor, and cursor is so I'm like manually writing down kind of the breakdown of the problem, but in the process of writing it down, I realized that there's some knowledge gaps. So I kind of use cursor to help me walk through what I'm missing because, obviously. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have to know the logic behind it. And yeah, currently I'm just not seeing where I mean, I clearly don't understand where I'm making the I'm not making the connection because it looks like this for loop handles um, the main backtrack calls, it looks like. And then for each iteration afterwards, okay, I think I kind of get it now. So for each iteration after, it calls like that, and it calls like that, and then it calls like that. But it just so happens that we start at 0, and then 0 calls into 1, and then calls into 2. Yeah, right there. 1, 2, and then we hit 3, nothing, so it pop, pop, and then right here we drop down, so we're at 2. 2 is greater than what we started, which is 1. So you pop, pop. Yeah, 2 is greater than what we started at, so right. So we skip the duplication. We didn't skip this. It would be another 1, 2, 2. Or it would be another 1, 2 actually. Looks like. So let me go back to the drop down. The next one will be backtrack at 2. Start again. Okay, yeah, I get it. How have I been apart from job search? It's been alright, I guess. Feels about the same. Getting kind of tired of data structures and algorithms. Check out Take You Forward DSA sheet. Interesting. This is JavaScript, by the way. So, what's this? Oh, this is very similar to like LeetCode, looks like. Definitely worth bookmarking. Um, so I'm actually following this right now, which is basically the LeetCode 150 data structure algorithm route. I've done pretty much all the arrays and hashing. I guess I finished all the DP stuff and graphs, or advanced graphs. I finished all the linked lists. I think some of the heaps as well. Greedy algorithms, trees and stacks, and sliding window, but it's not updated here, so yep, just slowly working through it. Um, Hello.
Hey, this is Nidhi from JP Morgan Chase.
Hey, how's it going, Eddie?
Hey, all good. So I think I'm sorry I was not able to return the call this week. Uh, when I think we were not able to talk last week.
Mm-hmm. DSA plus web dev is the key to get the job. Dude. I don't know. You can be a developer in different fields. It doesn't just has to be web, right? I think I got this wrong. This is... Oh shit, we got hella people in chat. Watching from Murdis. Awesome, welcome, Vipul. Your eyesight is weakening and it's driving you crazy. So pinging math, you might have to consult like an eye doctor for that. My assumption is either you gotta get like a bigger screen or maybe consider like laser eye surgery. Please get a job soon and give referral in USA. Yeah, hopefully, dude. Fingers crossed. What is... Temp is an array, then I'm pushing the array. Let's go to classic backtracking problem. Yeah, dude, I totally forgot to sort it first. So that way it can actually detect the duplicates. But yeah, now I know. Just do it again in 10 minutes, I guess. Maximum products. you solve a lot of problems, but when you face something new, you're stuck. Then the question is, are you remembering the patterns? This is what someone else told me. Are you remembering the patterns, or are you just remembering how to solve the problems? I'm probably stuck in the same boat you are, which is remembering the problems and not necessarily the patterns, I guess. But Hey, yeah, what's going on, Galmus? What's going on? Yeah, ask away. What programming language is most popular in my country for backend? Say like SQL, NoSQL, stuff like that. It's usually what the corporations use. Mm. Start at I+1. Is equal to either max prod times this is j. So min prod is the min of itself, the product of, oh no, I can't do that. Max prod. Shit, I guess we just do one. Okay, so it'll be product of, well, one is still positive. Hmm. Max prod. This is where it gets kind of fucked. Max prod times this. Or just dp at j, right? So if we start here, TP out one is right. Start here. Mid prod is going to be to itself. This times this. This. So two. For each number. Seems like kind of redundant. TP dot length is no length right now. It's
6 times -4 is -24. Max remains the same. Which equals 4.12. 2, 3, 16, 2. What if 2 positive? The previous. Okay. X is equal to the max. Or the previous. And just itself. I guess this can be one. Or PP. Oh shit. Let's see. Max type this number. The previous. Previous. What is it? I know this is gonna fail for sure. 12. feel like Jesus. Damn, this is crazy. Here. 6 times negative. It's not accurate. This number times that. Square number times is 1. Why is it times 4? min times min. Makes no sense. Yeah, this is not right. Jesus. essentially what's happening.
Can I explain the solution? Yeah, so if we're looking at this, basically I just kind of figured it out. So for each step of the way, this temporary variable actually just ends up storing the potential max number. The max number we have calculated up until this point. Okay, sorry, let me start from the beginning. So we're taking this this nums array, right? And we're saying basically, hey, let me go ahead and just extract the maximum value of this entire array, just so, because everything in this array is a product of something, right? And it is essentially a product of one. So whatever number is inside multiplied by one, we can guarantee that at most, regardless of what values that are inside this array, we can at least guarantee one value in there is the maximum number of a product of one. So what we do is we first initialize we need to keep track of the minimum values and the maximum values, right? So we initialize both of those to one, and then we just do a simple loop throughout each number in this array. And then we'll start to like keep track of the minimum values and the maximum values. The gotcha in this problem is obviously, for one, we're going to store the current max value in this temporary variable. And then we're going to say, well, let me take the maximum max value of the current max, right? The supposed current max, the current number we're looking at, and we do need to multiply whatever minimum value we've achieved previously. The reason this part is confusing, these two parts here, like we're doing the exact same thing for min and max, is because when a value, so I'll start writing it out. So here's a good example, right? Let's say our input array nums is equal to 2, 3, -4, -2, and 4, okay? And initially, right, given this, initially our result is just going to be 4 because that's the max. Well, when we iterate through, and let's say num is equal to 2, our max here is equal to, well, we can actually, let me increment this. Okay, so our temporary variable is just going to be 1 times 2, which gives us 2, right? Max at this point will be the max of 2, the number itself, as well as 2 times 1, which is the minimum, which equals 2, so which that results in 2. Min is equal to min 2, 2, 2 times 1, which is the max, equals 2, which gives us 2. So now we're on to the next number, right? So let me just copy that over here. So now num is equal to 3. Our temp is equal to the previous max, right? This is the previous max now. So that would be 2 times the current number, which gives us 6. Max is now equal to the max of the current max, the current number, as well as the current number, which is 3 times the previous min, which is 2. This results in 6. We're gonna do this until it gets to the point where I can kind of explain how things switch and it gets kind of crazy. So min will be the min of the current max, the current number, as well as 3 times the previous max, or previous min, sorry, and that returns 3. So you can see how it starts to deviate, right? So here our min retains the minimum value, the max is starting to grow. So we're here, right? So we are, oops, we are here, I guess, is where I'm tracking it. So now, if we're on to this point here, oops, we're here, okay. And now our num is equal to -4, temp is equal to the current number times the previous max, which is 6, and this results in a negative 24. Our max is now equal to the max of the temporary variable, the current number, and the current number times previous min, which is actually a positive number. And so this returns -4. Min is equal to the min of, what is it? Our temporary variable, which is the previous, or the current number we're looking at, the current calculated max, which, okay, hold on. And then so this will be the current number, and of course the current number times the previous min, which is still 3, and this returns -24. So the whole idea of this is we want to grab consecutive values, which is a substring, right? They need to be one after another, and it must produce the maximum output, a maximum product, right? So what we're doing here is basically each time we calculate the min or the max, we're actually storing that. Oh, I forgot to include res equal max of itself and the maximum value. So this is actually being reiterated multiple times, right? So we calculate the snapshot of where we're at. We say the current max value given the previous max we have, whoops, times the current number means the current maximum, the quote unquote current max we're staring at is 2. This is the snapshot we were given. So then we look at our, now we have to update our current max, right? So this is our snapshot. We say, hey, now I need to update the max as well as the min. And we need to account for a couple of things. One, this current snapshot could in fact be the next maximum number. But we also want to take into account that this number itself could also be the new maximum number, because each one of these are just snapshots and we're storing the history in max, min, and result. So when we get over here, right, when we're looking at basically the current number times the previous min, the way this part works is essentially when we know at this snapshot, or sorry, when at this particular snapshot, when it's -4, our maximum value is gone, but not really, because we actually store that maximum value in this result, right? So we can go ahead and safely let go of our previous max value because we know it's safely stored here. And we just want to calculate the maximum value at this particular snapshot at -4, and given the previous, basically the previous value of result that we're storing here. Let me see. Yeah, temp is current max. Yeah, so we're I guess basically we're looking back once only for the temporary value, because if at any point this number deviates past one particular position, so let me put it this way. This is I, this is max, and then we're doing basically temp is equal to like the current number at I times equal the previous max, and then this is like our current max. So each time we iterate through, the current max actually is the previous max. This is previous max. And then we update the previous max with the current max. Yeah, this is kind of confusing. So we should say previous max. And this is previous min. The temporary value holds the previous max times the current snapshot we're looking at. And then this is, we update our previous max to be used in the next loop, previous min. So it's previous min. Previous min. Okay, yeah. So this is kind of confusing, but so temp holds basically one iteration before, right? Previous max holds the previous maximum value we achieved right before we got to the current number we're looking at. So it will always be exactly one previous iteration times the current snapshot we're looking at. We then update the previous max based on the the previous snapshot we have up to this current number. We need to multiply the previous min because at a certain point, it's possible that this snapshot is a negative value. If this negative value multiplies the previous min, which more than likely is going to have like a negative value as well, then a negative times a negative could potentially become an extremely high positive number, right? And then we also need to take into account that maybe this number itself at this particular point in time is going to be higher than anything that we've seen up to this point so far. So we take previous snapshot times the previous min times the current number we're looking at times the current snapshot we're looking at. And then essentially from here, we're saying we store the values. So we update the previous max to what we're looking at now. This math.max is actually the current max. So we now say, okay, in the future, we're going to reference previous max. Previous max is now equal to this current max. And the previous min will now be referencing this current min. So on the next iteration, the next number, we're looking back again, what's our previous max? And now we update it and we go on, so on and so forth. The cool thing though is that it keeps track of essentially if you're losing a specific number, because right here we look like we're losing our max, right? But we store it here in res. And then, you know, all of a sudden, oh shoot, our max becomes -4, but res still holds 6. And then once our min actually continues to hold all those negative numbers, because it never resets, right? 2 becomes 2 becomes 3, and then right here temp is 2 times 3, and then -4 times -6 or times 6. I don't know. This is kind of like hard for me to explain. I'm still trying to figure it out. But essentially I believe that temp stores the previous max. Okay. At every point it stores the previous max. So if we need to reference the previous max value, which is potentially negative because that's one previous iteration, then we can store everything up to that point there, because max actually contains 3 times 2. Yeah. No, it's kind of confusing. Like, so temp will always store the max that we've calculated up to this far, because it takes into consideration the previous max. And if previous max gets overridden, previous min will contain that previous max times the number, right? So we never really lose track of either potential scenario. Like max can be reset basically, and previous min might hold that value. And even if previous max gets a reset, the temp will then take the previous max that we've stored and then make that calculation. So yeah, see, like right here it gets reset, but we make that calculation first and then it continues. So maybe if I do one more, right? So here we're at I is equal to -2. We're at -2, so temp is equal to -2. Previous max is -4. Times the current number, which gives us 8. Temp is storing the product of the whole subarray to that point. Gotcha. Yeah, it's explicitly just 1 before those. So it looks like yeah, it's the previous max is -4 at this point. So when it resets, I guess it stops storing it and it kind of starts from here forward, yeah. Because I guess if temp did store everything, we probably would include these two, right? Because it's only storing the max. So then we have max is equal to max 8. We have current number is 2 times the previous min, which is negative 24, turns up 48. Min temp. And then so min resets, because the lowest min value we can get right now is -2. And then result is equal to max of itself and max, which is clearly 48. And then when we get down to the end here, okay, so here we're at 4. Current number, which is 4 times the previous max, which is 48, which gives us 192. Max of 192. Current number times the previous min gives us 192. Is 192 previous min -8 max. Okay, so basically it kind of like it like alternates, because if the min is essentially like the absolute value of the min is larger, do you notice that? So when one value gets extremely, or it becomes larger than the other value, if we absolute value both of them, the min will either hold all those values up to that point, or the max will hold all those values up to that point. And if, yeah, and then see at this point, max becomes the greater value, and it ends up holding all those values, because min was holding all the values up to that point. And then once we multiply it by min, we realize that now max is holding all the values up to this point. Similarly, at this point, min is not holding any of the values, max is holding all the values. So 3 times 2 is stored in max. Then we get, and I'm supposedly if 2, 3, and then we had +4, max would be holding all the values of 2, 3, and 4. And then min would not be holding any values, because min would still be storing it would be storing a new value, or no, it would be storing 2. So it would just retain 2 the whole time. Or it would just be storing 3. Okay, so it looks like min doesn't even store anything. It just keeps on, it just checks to see, is this the min value at this point forward? Here, let's find out. I'm sure AI will be able to explain this better than I can. Okay, yeah, so it tracks tracks overall maximum product found so far. At each step, we have 3 possibilities. Continue the previous maximum subarray. Previous min holds the minimum previous subarray product so that when the product becomes negative, the maximum product will be the previous minimum product. Gotcha. Can't you just maintain a prefix product array, like a prefix sum array? Maybe we need to handle 0 as separate cases. Yeah, that's possible. I haven't even thought of that, to be honest. And this is obviously not the optimal solution. Like, look at that runtime. Let's see. O of one space. For each element, code initializes res, max product, min product, then iterates over the elements for each element at I. I think if we're maintaining a prefix product, are you considering a like dynamic programming solution potentially? Let's see, yeah. Yeah, maximum product at this times minimum product at this. This seems to make more sense to me. Min times nums, max times nums, max times nums, min times nums. Oh yeah, he like switched it up a little bit. Prefix product and suffix products. You have to keep track of both. Dude, it's confusing. It's definitely confusing. Let me just write out this guy's solution really quick. So it looks like this guy yeah, like I wrote everything out, but it's like super confusing still. I'm trying to reread what you guys are saying. So previous min holds the minimum previous subarray product so far, so that when the product becomes negative, the maximum product will then become, right, the previous number times current, exactly, yeah. You can work with prefix only, so products A, B is equal to product 0, B divided by, or product 0A. A and B is the index. Product array, like prefix sum. Prefix only. Index. Kind of see what you're saying. Product AB is equal to 0, 0 up to B, and 0 up to A. Or A, yeah, 0 up to B, and then 0 up to A. And then you just keep doing that. And then we have I for 0, so you could do product 1 at B and then 1 at A. Oh, dude, isn't that runtime crazy though? Because then you're doing from 0 of B and then 0 of A, multiply, and then you like increment A and B with a O of n squared loop. Yeah, that's like pretty crazy runtime. Is that basically like a brute force solution? Because then you would do 0b 0a, then 0b 0a, and then 0b 0, and then you would increment the entire thing forward, 0b to 0a, 0b to 0a, or 1b to 1a. And then it would just keep doing that all the way until n. So that would be like an O n squared runtime now. I feel like that would, so your num's length is 2 times 10 to the power of 4. That runtime is going to be crazy, dude. I would be surprised if it didn't time out. you have a single array that has product 0 to ith index for every index. You have a single array. So you need to divide max and min. What? That's crazy. I haven't even. So I need to see the solution. I can't see it in my brain right now. Dang, there's a 2-pointer solution. Gotcha. Yeah, that's interesting. I had no idea. This is prefix suffix. So this is basically what you're talking about here. Prefix, if it's 0, then we stick with current num. Unemployment brings the best in you. Oh man. I mean, this is good though. Yeah, this is definitely something I didn't even think about. I'm gonna store this. I mean, I'm basically unemployed already, so to be fair, you're not alone. Me too. So this is prefix solution. Slightly different than your approach, but this will work as well. Yeah, so it looks like max is negative infinity, prefix 1, suffix 1. Is at n minus 1 minus I. The 2-pointer solution. I mean, I like this one better than this one. This one's kind of hard to keep track of. So with this one, let me try to trace this one because I think this one looks better anyway. This one's kind of hard for me to trace. So we have a say num is here. Oops. Num is equal to let's do equal. This is where prefix is, and this is where suffix is. So it does not equal 0, so suffix times equal 4. Let's say now is equal to 1. So that I is equal to 1. We move the prefix up and suffix down there. Prefix is equal to 1. Oh, wait, sorry. What the fuck am I talking about? -2 on the pre itself, which is equal to 4. So this returns. Wait, what am I doing, dude? Holy shit. I'm like lost in the sauce. Sorry. That returns 6. Equal to this, or previous suffix is 4 times -2. And obviously in this case it's not equal to 0, so we just keep -8. Okay. Sorry. So now, oh, we've got to store. I keep forgetting to store max, dude. Two nine two eight, dude. If it's all right, hold on. Let me do this really quick. 1 prefix and suffix, which returns 4. Max of itself 6 -8, which returns 6. Take a break. I deserve it, dude. I don't understand. So it looks like we're just calculating. Okay, so let me get this straight, because I was kind of confused, but I'm at the point where I feel like I understand now. We're just calculating the maximum prefix and the maximum suffix, and then we're just gonna update. We're gonna store it in max. That's it. So we calculate the max going this way, the max going this way. So for example, if I is equal to 2, then prefix is equal to the previous one times the current one, which is -4, which gives us -24. Then suffix becomes, oh, I see. Dude, this one's so much better. Dude, holy crap. This one, it looks nice. I don't even know if it looks nice. We're running into more conditionals here, but I guess it runs faster. So maybe this calculation here is actually kind of, it's a little too crazy, because we're doing if this or this or this, which is probably worse, actually, for sure worse than this one. And suffix will equal previous suffix times current number, which is -4 gives us 32. Max gives us 32. Right? Yeah. Oh, this is so much nicer. I actually really like this solution. It just makes more sense to me. I can't get the hang of this one. This one's crazy. Even if the runtime is worse. Jesus. So now here we're at 3. This is S. So prefix. Right, right. Yeah, and then we just calculate all the way through. And then at any point, like, say for example, the prefix was the highest or the suffix was the highest, we store that here, so it will never be overridden. If we if we found a consecutive subarray or consecutive numbers that are already the max, then we've already found it. So why did your link get deleted from comment? Dude, time complexity of linear. Oh yeah, because we have 2 pointers and we're just calculating prefix and suffix. It only runs n times. So literally from forward to back, and then we store the max value and that's it. If your comment's getting deleted, it's probably because YouTube they delete links that you try to share. So you have to be creative about sharing links and stuff. But yeah, I like this solution way better, honestly. This one is super hard to understand. Okay, let me see if I can do it by myself. So we have max equal 1 prefix suffix equal 1 max equal 1 for let I equal 0 is less than numbers dot array, and then return max prefix is equal to math or is equal to is equal to zi. Whoops. Zi equal to and we do current number or prefix times the current number, and this is suffix equal is suffix 0, because if it is, we need to discontinue it and store whatever the current number is. Otherwise, we take suffix times current number. And here we do max is equal to math.max of itself, prefix and suffix. Right? Right? No, what did I do? Output is 1, but just max. I think we can set this to negative infinity because we're looking for max. Oh, goody. Please tell me that this is the right code. Fuck, dude. Prefix, suffix. Did I not? Suffix. Oh. So we're supposed to do this. We're supposed to do start That's pretty disgusting. So it would be n minus I minus start. This will be oh my god, that was it. Oh, dude. Okay. So this is my solution. Subsets too. This is definitely backtracking problem, which we did earlier. So obviously, start here. If I call backtrack, what is the for at each level the limit tab. Yes, we do have this stuff. Because we're storing an empty array here. We know that at each recursive level, there's a limit set that we don't want, that if it gets past that specific limit, we need to essentially reset and move on to the next, which would be here, for example. So this limit is 0. And if it's past the limit, then we move on to the next. Oh, this is 0. Sorry, this is the limit is index 0. Let I equal the limit. Less than n. If I, the index is greater than the limit, so if I previously, we just still don't understand why we're gonna do continue, kind of confused. Then we up the limit. The previous limitation or implementation, this one, the max product. So the implementation for the previous problem, the idea is basically we're gonna calculate the maximum product starting from index 0 to the very end. And we're also gonna calculate the maximum product starting from the end of this nums array all the way to the start. So you see how as I goes from 0 to nums.length, this will also increment. So each number we're looking at for the number for the prefix starts from 0 to the end. The number at the end will start from, I guess I should do -1 minus I. It just makes more sense to me. So we're going to start from the end of the array, and then each time I goes up, we're shifting the pointer closer and closer to 0 to the beginning. So we calculate the maximum product of prefix, or just the product of prefix from 0 to the end. We calculate the product of the numbers from the end to the beginning. And for each iteration, we're storing the maximum value we've seen so far. So this will always keep track of the maximum product no matter what. At the very end, all we do, since we've calculated the entire product of the entire array from beginning to end, as well as from the end to the beginning, we simply just return the maximum product we found so far because we've been storing it at each iteration. This will run exactly n times because even though the pointers, prefix and suffix pointers, they will kind of, or I guess in this case, we have start and end, right? The start and end pointers, they will overlap and then they will go past each other until they both reach, you know, where the other one started from. So num start, the starter pointer will, I guess I should just call this start. Or this is left, and this is right. Right, and this is left times prefix, or this one is right. I don't know if that makes sense. So left begins at 0, has to go all the way to the right. Right begins at the right and has to go all the way to the left. And so even if they overlap, we're still multiplying and tracking everything all the way through. Max stores basically any value that is the greatest that we've seen so far from this loop, and then we just return it. That's it. No shot. I fucked up somewhere. If I is greater than limit, nums of I is equal to the previous. So when prefix or suffix is equal to 0, we now have a gap that we need to basically reset the product that we've created so far. If you think about it this way, let's say we have an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? If this is our array, if we start from the beginning and we calculate everything up to here, notice how sure our product is going to be what, 120. So prefix, so if I is equal to, what is that, 4, and the num at I is equal to, what did I say, what was it again, 120? Once we get to I is equal to 5, and the, oh, sorry, this is prefix, oops, prefix in 120, once we get to here, num at I is equal to 0, our prefix cannot include 0, right? Oh no, sorry. At this point, our prefix is now going to be is equal to either 0 or 0 times everything we've included up to this far. Oops. And you'll notice how they both equal 0, so our prefix actually just becomes 0. So notice how now if we're at I equals 6 and nums of I is equal to 6, well, our prefix previously was 0, right? So we're asking now, well, is prefix equal to 0? It is in fact equal to 0. If it's equal to 0, we don't want to store 0. We want to start fresh. We basically want to start calculating our prefix from here all over again. Because the thing is, if we start calculating and we include 0, then what's the point of calculating the rest of this? It's pointless. We want to find the maximum possible product of the array. You know, and the thing is too, we also, by the way, max is equal to max of itself, prefix, and suffix, right? So if 120 was stored previously, max retains 120. Let's say, for example, maybe this is 1, 1, 1, 1. We don't want to include 0 because 0 creates like a breakpoint in our array. So we want to move on from this 0. We now just want to calculate what's, because we don't really know what the maximum product of this portion is. At least prefix doesn't know. So we calculate that, we store it, and same with suffix. When suffix hits this point, we want to calculate the suffix of the product of this array forward, okay? If we include 0, we're not returning the max, we're returning 0. So we need to reset it. If it's 0, then we just take whatever value we have here, right? So if it's 0, we return 1. Otherwise, we return, you know, prefix times potentially nums at I, right? And so on and so forth. Does that make sense? Sort AB. Oh no, you're good. Yeah, you guys can ask away. Sometimes I'll actually be solving the problems with you guys, and oftentimes I might actually not even understand the solution. So, if we want to talk about it, we can go through it and figure it out together. It's no big deal. No need to apologize. Okay, so this is good. I just forgot to, this is good. This is a backtrack solution we just did. Combinations. can only be used once in the combination. Five. I mean, I can eat. Oh, this is nasty. This solution is pretty gross. So I was thinking, like, obviously, if we took the sum of the first and last number and it's greater than, so like sum is equal to n at I plus n at 10, which is greater than target, then we iterate this, oops, move that down a bit, I guess. And then now sum is equal to n at I plus n at 7, which is equal to the target, which equals 8. So now we need to, so this is where we continue, right? So this is like, continue, I guess. We found a match. So inside this subarray, we need to find matches. Because what if, for example, maybe we had another 7, like 7, 10, and actually it was like this. So if we find more matches, then we would then need to find matches that exist inside all of this. So between I and J, is that a match? Okay, so is this like a recursive two-pointer type deal? Because if, let's say, J gets down to here, you know, where sum is equal to, what is that, 1 plus 6, which is equals 7, which is less than target, then we need to return I plus 1. If this is returns 11, which is greater than target, then we need to return j minus 1. Otherwise, we found a match. If we found a match, we need to check all subarrays for more potential matches. But then this doesn't work either, because now I'm running into the issue where, sure, 1 plus 6 is 7, which is lower than the target, but if I increment this forward, we lose this. And 116 is a potential solution, so this won't work. Let's see. Let's used once. Each candidate can only be used once. Each candidate can only be used once. So target is 8. Sure. Start to end if I think it's a backtrack problem, except when we call backtrack, maybe target. Start and 10. And so basically And then we start calculating all the subarrays of each. Yeah, so I think maybe start at. I have great posture. Dude, there's no way. I'm definitely hunched over a little bit. Thanks for reminding me. Jesus Christ, dude. So, basically, if current is equal to candidates dot slice from start to n+1, or just end, I guess, from 0 to 1. If if sub is less than temp, then we backtrack. This is definitely not right. I mean, this is a recursive problem for sure. So for each one, I need to store the value. Store the value. End up calling IDX +1 temp. So next is 1, next is 2. If IDX is greater than or equal to return, right? So we've stored this value, current push current, I think. Then we call next BT Let me just so I mean this goes all the way to the end, but let me delete that. I just have 7 here. So 2. And then next we call backtrack 3. Right. Push 5. So doing next. 5. This is 5. 6. And if some greater than target, we can also return. So like at this point, 2, 4. 5 is 9, but we never get to 6. So that's fine, because this prompts a return. And then we go back here. I want to be able to call next, which equals BT 4 here. And then pass 1, 2, 6. At which point it is still 2, 6, which is, you know, sum is greater than target, so we return. Oops. So 1, 1, 2. So then we go back up here. So 1, 1, 2. So here what we do is do next is equal to BT. So this needs to be tracked somehow because I want to pass BT 4 or something. It's too high. Let's see. So this is actually like that. So then we pass BT 5, I think. 3. There you go. That makes more sense. So this is too high. We go back up here. We pass that. So it becomes that. Temp is now 115. It is not greater than that, so we call next, which is equal to BT 4, 1, 5, 6, which sum is greater than target. So we return here. Next is equal to BT 4. So now we have 4, 1, 6. And then here, temp, sorry, 6, temp. Oh, but we check here, sum is equal to target, so we can return. Right. You know, res dot push temp, something like that. And then we backtrack here. So we've got 116 now. Oh, but yeah, so we move on to the next one. So now this is I equals 0. So now I is equal to 1, temp is equal to 1. I'm going to do the same thing. Next is equal to BT2, which is it's here, is equal to 1 and 2, because temp is here, then we need to push, yeah, and 2, so push 2. Okay, so this is kind of how it's supposed to work out. Basically, we have an outer loop that will loop through everything, and inside we have conditionals that will either force us to return because the sum is too high, or simply force us to return because we found the sum already, in which case we push that to temp, and we will also return it. So it pushes us back out to the outer level. That's kind of what I have set in motion here. So candidates here. So this initializes it as 0, which is what we're doing here. Temp push candidates. Push CLI. So push this is equal to backtrack plus 1 and temp. If sum to produce if sum equal to target, return stop push temp. If sum is greater than target, we'll just return and then we'll do temp dot pop. Does that make sense? So we call it start, and then so it's greater than, we return, which comes back here and we'll pop it. So instead of 1225, it just stays at 122. Then we go to the next one, which is at backtrack start plus 1 temp. This will start at 1, which begins here, and then we do everything all over again. This is probably not the solution. Of course, start is 0. Getting some. Dude, it's fucking, yeah. Just go. Oh, hey, it's doing something. 171612671. Yo, but it's kind of it's in the wrong order. And I'm missing a couple inputs. I'm like 90% there. Well, almost. I can't reuse the same candidates. Oh yeah, 161 is here. 17 is here. 26 is here. Oh, I'm reusing here. Fuck, dude. And I'm also missing 2, 5. I'm missing 125. Oh shit, what the fuck? 125 is here. I don't know. It's terrible. Push and then calculate the sum. Hmm. Go back 6. Go back 5, then 125. But it doesn't calculate the sum. Push temp. Then calculate the sum. Fuck. Why is it? Push I. Console temp. Just 10. Sum reduced. 10. The target is greater than sum. Oh shit. Call next. I kind of want to check. think I should just look at the answer. I feel like I'm kind of going in circles. I mean, I'm close, sort of, I think. Oh, did I not sort? Do I need to sort first too? Let me just put this into cursor because I Alright guys, I'm gonna go eat lunch really quick. Be back.
we're very influential and we're very successful. And a lot of making good choices and becoming successful yourself is obviously surrounding yourself with other successful people. If you're around more successful people, you're around four bums, you'll become the fit, right? And I always thought about this and cars and everything like that. I said if I wanted to make this, a career that I was actually successful at, the cars were sort of like that marketing vessel for me. And I love just going to car shows and talking about cars. Like all like business aside and marketing aside, I just like chopping it up about cars. It's interesting to me. I love it. It's been a hobby of mine for my whole life, and it's just what I love to do. And I know that some people don't really understand that, especially like non-car people. Like, why would you spend all your time and money on that? You're just not a car person. You wouldn't understand. But I thought that conversation, I mean, it really like struck a chord with me because I was like, yeah, man, like these cars are more than just cars, right? They're more than just little hobbies. They're really vessels for us to meet other entrepreneurs and become more successful because it's just surrounding us with other people who do this, and this is not a cheap hobby to get into. It's rather expensive. So naturally, there are quite a few people that involve themselves in this that typically have a little bit of money, and it's just good to be around those type of people and figure out how they think. So if you are a car person and like you're into cars, and I know that like the car community is kind of weird today, especially online. I think like gets a bad rep because of what we see online. There's all this like shit talking.
You feel like I got worse from yesterday in LeetCode? God damn, bro, don't say that. Hurts my feelings. Oh shit. Maybe it's time we start consulting astrologers. Oh god. Brother. How's it I just add this I don't know what's going on. Look how close my solution is to the answer though. All I had to do was sort it, and I only have 2 duplicates. Everything else matches. But this hurts my feelings. Your comment hurts my feelings. You are returning 1, 2, and 5 to get a sum of 3. Oh, it's not a sum. It's the starting index. Starting index. So combination sum. I'm console logging the start index. So this is how I drafted my solution. We have an outer loop that iterates through each individual like number, and that's the starting point. And then for each one of these, I call all the possible solutions in between to see if they add up to the target. So obviously, like at this point, it's greater than the target, so we just end it there. Same with this, end it there, and then oh shoot, 116. This seems to be the target, so you know, push to res and then return. And then I start from here again. 1 6. But it looks like I'm storing duplicates, which is not my intention. Hmm. Sum is greater than target return. Push. Oh, they put that outside. Ignore your above comment. Yeah. Uh, yeah, so it looks like uh, yeah, I'm just like debugging, but I could totally understand how that looks like sum. So they put the base case outside the for loop. God damn it, dude. This is so typical. I did this in the last problem. I just didn't do it, I guess. We have to pass this. Mm. Yesterday you were doing graphs. You were able to solve 2 to 3 medium problems, but got stuck on an easy problem and you gave up on life. Dude, honestly, I think when I first transitioned to graphs, I was doing like medium DP problems and I solved them, but then I got an easy graph problem and I couldn't do it, and I just low-key lost my mind, dude. Oh my god, that was it. So this is the key, and instead of calculating sum, we track the sum. And if the sum is greater than target, we'll return. If it's equal to the target, we push. Otherwise, we start another for loop and we start backtracking. Yeah, this looks a lot better than what I was doing. So close though. But yeah, LeetCode is the end of my life, dude. I hate LeetCode. Supposedly Chase is gonna ask me some practical programming problems. They're gonna pull up like an IDE. I guess I have to clone their repo and make some changes, but I'm hoping it's not I'm hoping it's not very like LeetCode heavy, which I doubt. I'm wondering if they're gonna ask me system design questions. He got an interview with the Indian startup called Zomato in July. If you get into it, you will buy me a beer, and if I get into Chase, I will buy you a beer. All right, man, you got a deal. I'm down, bro. I'm game. Hopefully it works out. I don't know, dude. My interview skills are not up to date right now. Start at 3, start at 3, start at 3, start at 3, go back to 2. 1, 2. We already went at 3, so we go to 4. It's on, bro. It's on, man. You got yourself a deal. You got yourself a deal. Beer's on the line, bro. Work hard. True, dude. Shit, we gotta up the ante to like a full case of beer. Okay, let's reset this. So Fine. Then you're gonna grind some LeetCode. Good motivation, dude. Good motivation. Mm, Oh, it's supposed to be continue. Jesus Christ. Hey, thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you. Some other backtracking problems. is there some kind of roadmap we're following? Yeah, I'm just following the LeetCode 150, all this stuff here. Yeah, so basically I'm learning new things and I have a bunch of stuff I need to review as well, looks like. So quite a few things. Actually, I'm gonna skip this and go back to this some other time. Python basics. Yeah, yeah. So what Shahib is saying is correct. You need to have projects with Python and show that you're a Python expert or you're heading in that direction, right? Correct, correct. Um, Getting into IT for beginners, not really sure. Never tried LeetCode. Can I tell you about this in short? Yeah, so basically LeetCode is just like a puzzle, right? It utilizes different data structures and you need to come up with an algorithm to solve the problem. So for this problem, what we're doing is we're trying to solve the you're given an array and each of these steps, that's the amount of cost for taking that step, okay? You can choose to pay 10 and take one step, or you can choose to pay 10 and then take two steps. If you pay 10 and you take one step, then you'll land at 15, in which case you have to pay 15 to reach the top of the stairs. And the other, I guess the other way is you can pay 10 and take two steps, so you'll end up in 20, at which case you have to pay 20 to reach the top of the steps. So the goal here is you want to find the minimum number or the minimum cost that you have to pay in order to reach the top of the stairs. It says here you can start with either 0 or 1. So you can start here at 15, pay 15 and reach the top. You can also start here at 10, pay 10, then pay 20 and then you reach the top. But obviously the cost of just paying 15 starting at step 1 is significantly better. You're solving SQL in HackerRank. Yeah, I mean, like any practice you do is going to be helpful. Probably not. Kudos for me doing it in JavaScript. Damn, thanks. I guess I didn't realize that JavaScript is kind of harder to do LeetCode with. Nice. Output is 10. That's not right. You just completed graduation last year? Dude, congrats. Hell yeah. Mm.
Yeah, we're not supposed to do this.
Oh, we're fucking banning that guy. Jesus.
Fuck.
So DP is how do I stay so focused? Uh Sometimes even I don't know. Do I check solutions? I do, but I try to solve it first. And I've done this before, I just don't remember how to solve it. Yo, what's going on, X? How you doing? Yeah, I think I'm gonna. It's probably honestly, I'm just gonna look at the solution. Probably start prepping for my interview. I don't fucking understand why I can't get this right. Yeah, this was the solution, and also I got it all fucked up. Got it all fucked up here. Let me just finish this one and move on. Jesus Christ. I don't know. Fuck. It's plus. Cost at this current point plus the minimum of the last two. Why can't I? So, yeah. Anyways, let me reset this one more time. I'm gonna create a DP. We can cost length. We don't fill it. We don't need to fill it. Then we go dp0 is equal to cost at 0, dp1 is equal to cost at 1, 4, equal to is less than length increment. dp at I is equal to cost at I plus the cost at I plus min of dpi minus 1 as well as dpi minus 2. And we'll just return the min of that. If we wanted to optimize this, fuck, this is also not the correct answer. Oh, my bad. Yeah, exam of mobile wireless communications tomorrow. Nice, nice. All right. anyways, yeah, I'm gonna just move on to studying. I'm gonna work on the project, or some React-based practical. Bro, you spam way too much. That's probably the reason why I'm actually ignoring you. Jesus Christ, dude. Data science and data analytics, you don't know the difference. Can go over AI machine learning. Oh yeah, I fucking blocked him, dude. Like you can spam things maybe once, but like 3 times it gets to the point where even I get kind of pissed off. It's like, dude. Maybe I can work on my project, I guess. What am I studying for interview? Currently, I think I'm getting a practical React programming interview, so chances are it will be related to stuff like this. Obviously, they'll probably ask me to use the Redux store, which is fine because I know how to reference documentation at least. So I can go ahead and reference this R store here. Where we do have to use combined reducers. Oh, I hope I can remember this. R store, configure store, reducer, where. I have a couple bugs I want to fix, I guess. Why is it not working? File does not exist at GitHub. You shitting me? What are you talking about? What the fuck? Dude, what? The dependency might be incompatible. Dude, git fetch. No fucking way, dude. That's insane. File does not exist at node modules. There they are. You're an undergrad, don't know what to study and get a job. Is there kind of roadmap? The roadmap I used to do was basically just what is it? Pick the discipline you want to focus on. Don't try to be an expert in everything. Just be an expert in the one thing that you're focusing on. Um, and then from there, oh nice. Okay. So pick the one thing you want to focus on. Go ham. No one likes a jack of all trades. Everyone, well, not everyone. But anyways, yeah, focus on your discipline and then have projects to showcase for it. Obviously, internships will help if you can get an internship. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. So there's not much to it. It's just honestly just a lot of work, a lot of patience, and hoping that you can, you know, make shit happen, I guess. Uh, I don't know how I feel about that background shit, dude. So, backdrop. Opacity 80. Or sorry, 20. 10. If it's gonna be a small screen. I want this to be below this. Let's go to products. Can I tell you how to get an entry-level job of front end? What should you do to prepare for the interview? So chances are you will be asked probably some data structure like DSA problems. Aside from DSA problems, they might even ask you to do some practical programming. So probably some simple stuff, right? Because it's entry level questions. So maybe just know how to use state, uh, potentially even use state, use effect is pretty important. Maybe even use memo would be impressive for entry level. And then obviously, I think that's pretty much it. That's what I would prep for. What else would I prep for? Naming conventions pretty important. Just probably focus on naming conventions, folder structure. Code quality is important, but chances are if it's old school interviewing process, it's just gonna be a bunch of fucking LeetCode questions. What am I doing? So I was doing LeetCode, but I have an interview scheduled and I think it's gonna be practical programming. So I'm just gonna work on my project for a little bit. Right now it looks like I'm actually trying to fix this page because as of right now, I mean, yeah, it's not really acceptable. Plus this products is going up and down, which is not right. So I need to fix this. Yeah, at full screen it has no issue, but yeah, once this gets condensed, this should come up to the top and it should be relatively sticky. So yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. So it looks like I want this whole thing. I think this is the header though. Fuck. So I think this should be a grid. Column should be maybe grid rows 2. There we go. So this is when it's small. We have grid rows 2 or I think large grid rows 2. Otherwise, it's just grid rows 1. 3. Isn't this working? Small up. Okay, so I don't know. Why is it? Fuck, dude. I need help. I mean, this is still not very acceptable. Plus, what the fuck is this? Oh my god, dude. Do I have more filters? Indicators is fine. Finding and applying for interview is hard because you don't know where to apply. How can you find them all? Dude, I just apply everywhere, man. Like literally every job opening I see, I just apply. I have this obviously LinkedIn fuck. So where's my sheets, bro? So I keep track of all the applications I've sent out. Yeah, just you get them on LinkedIn. You can also find them on Oda, which is I don't know if they have one for you, but it's called Welcome to the Jungle. So Oda is also called Welcome for the Jungle, but yeah, LinkedIn. Welcome to the Jungle. I use built-in is another one. You can also try Y Combinator, and I mean, if you really want to test your luck, there's Indeed, but it's kind of whack. What's another one? Yeah, I think those are the main ones I could think of. Anyways, there's a couple others, but those are the main ones I believe. Why the fuck, dude? Let's see. Bro, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy work. This isn't working. Oh no. Grid span. I always send applications to their website unless the only thing that they have is a easy apply on LinkedIn. So if there's an easy apply, chances are if they don't have it on their website and they only have it on easy apply, it's because they want it to be that way. If you obviously if you what should I call it? If you see there's an easy apply but on their website, there's an application, it's probably better for you to actually apply on the website and not through easy apply. Yeah. Because it shows you probably have more interest. Like you took the extra like 2 or 3 clicks to go on their website and actually look for their official application document, right? Or whatever it's called. Is it really 3? It should just be 1, 2. That small screen or small screen is grid 1. So if I do this, what the fuck, man? What's going on? This is crazy work. Let's do 3. Do 4. Span 3. Oops. Shit. My bad. Span 4. We can do 6. Span 5. Dude, this is such an archaic way. There has to be a better way of doing this. I swear. Oh my god, dude, this is crazy. Okay, so that kind of fixed it. Whoa, buddy. All right, there we go. Need a gap here. Four. Do 8. I find using grid hard, so you just use flex and row. Yeah, I mean, that's what most people do. I'll be honest. I have a really bad habit of doing that as well. But you know, eventually they'll you'll kind of be forced to use it no matter what. Like my shit is breaking. I don't know why. Small span. 1, I guess. Why does it fucking do that, dude? Oh my god, bro. There we go. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, that's better. That's better. It's not actually shrinking though, so we've got issues here. That's pretty cool though. Hell yeah. Okay, my best advice to you with grid and flex columns is you need grids to make your website like relatively responsive. It is a lot easier to use grids to resize your website versus a shit ton of flex boxes. You might still need flex boxes like within the grids, you know, depending on what's going on, but generally speaking, yeah, use flex boxes for simple things that need to be aligned, and then use grids for the overall shape and structure you want to define based off of the viewport, right? So that's kind of what I would, that's how I would remember it, and then just practice using grid. Because once you use it enough, it'll become like second nature. Damn it. Why the fuck isn't it working, dude? That's just insane to me, dude. Why aren't you sticking? God damn, man. Stick. Just stick for me, buddy. Oh, it's everything. Is that why? Product header. Let's go to nav. Or sorry. Relative. Let's make. Wow, no, dude. For products header. Do sticky, which is not actually sticking to anything. Fuck. I do. Is it not sticking? Crazy. Should stick. Why is it not sticking? You haven't even learned JavaScript yet. TypeScript came up. You find it easy or hard to learn? TypeScript is just better than JavaScript in my opinion because it helps you find bugs easier. Like sometimes you're coding in JavaScript and some shit happens and you're just sitting there like, well, what the fuck happened? You know, you get this error code, but it's not being very specific. It's just like, you know, but in TypeScript, when the console throws an error, or when your editor throws an error, you're basically able to trace it back to kind of where it's coming from, and you have a better idea of how to start debugging. And I would say that it is, especially if you're just getting into JavaScript, it's not super easy to get used to reading TypeScript because a good example is like, I'll give you an example. Say, for example, you want to define a function, right? So const like get guns is equal to some kind of function, and inside maybe you have like const, you know, set bullets. Oh, sorry. You have bullets and set bullets. It's equal to use state, and it initially starts off with an empty magazine, right? Then you like return some JSX or whatever, like, you know, let's see, some shit like this. Like, I don't know. Boom, you did. So let's say you have something like this, just some whatever code. This is how you would write it in JavaScript. The equivalent of this is essentially just, hold on, this formatting is kind of low-key, kind of pissing me off. Hello? Okay. So if I were to copy paste that over, you would say, well, this get guns constant will return a potentially a void function. All it does, or you, in this case, it would be react dot, you know, react node. Maybe if you take some arguments here, like, you know, here you have victims and fucking homies, right? And boom, you dead. Like, or maybe you can do like boom, or let's see, handle and shoot peeps or something. And then here you have like a const handle shoot heaps, right? Sorry, I know this is a really bad example, but I'm not crazy. I swear, dude. This is just I'm speaking in fluent freedom. Okay, so here you have const handle shoot. Whoops. Shoot peeps. Right. So if you were to call this function in TypeScript, generally speaking, it is a good practice to specify your return type. So this getGuns will specify that we're returning some JSX, and this is like maybe, I don't know, render the fallen or something, right? And then this would be like the JSX like fallen people or whatever. So then in here, of course, if you have arguments, for example, like victims and homies, victims, homies, here in TypeScript, you would define get guns props is equal to victims, which is of type string. You also have homies of type string, and it can even get more granular, right? So like what kind of victims? Well, you could say maybe type victims, and it's also, you should be using proper casing. That's my bad. So type victims is equal to, terrible example, I know. I'm gonna use animals. I love animals. I'm not saying shoot animals, okay, please. But like, you know, you can have like a bunny, right? You can have a gator, or you can have, just say like, I don't know, man, fucking lion or something. And then your type homies can be, I don't know, George Washington, and maybe like Godzilla, right? And then your victims must be of type victims, your homies must be of type homies. Essentially what happens is when another developer comes in and says, I want to use the getGuns function, which by the way, requires you to input, oh, and I haven't even specified this. So this is called getGuns props. So when another developer comes in and they want to use your code, they'll see, okay, here's a getGuns. Maybe they skim your shit. They're like, I don't really care about how this is working. I just want to use the function. So when they go and use the getGuns function, right, like over here, I'll call like getGuns, and I'll pass like Jason Bourne. We'll say, oh, here. I'll just define my own victims, right? Let's just say, for example, I have const victims is equal to, and I have victims of, whoa, excuse me. Oh, sorry. Victims is a type object. Victims contains victims. So it's victims, which is, I'll just say like, sorry. It is a container of objects, right? Yeah, it's an object. So I'll do like Jason born or something. And maybe, I don't know what else. Labubu. Labubu's gotta be the homie. I know my girlfriend's gonna hate it when I do that. So we got const homie is equal Labubu. And let's say I pass victims, see, get guns. Does it take, I'm returning JSX, right? Ah, shit. So if this is JSX, it's gonna be like get guns like this. And then we pass in victims is equal to victims. And then you have homies is equal to homies. Okay, sorry. I know this example is getting kind of long, but basically your IDE is literally going to yell at you and say, you dumb. And then it's also going to say, you're dumb. But the difference is, yeah, it's basically you need to scope all your types, because if you don't scope your types, then other people can throw in whatever the fuck they want and it'll break your code. And JavaScript often will just throw some kind of generic error, like it's kind of hard for me to trace it. Whereas with TypeScript, if it throws an error, it will literally tell you this is not allowed, and then it will say type JSON born does not exist in bunny, gator, or lion. Likewise, Labubu does not exist in George Washington or Godzilla of type homies, right? So it's a little crazier. You got to read fucking everything, and this is kind of, you might not need to define this to be honest, but yeah, you have all this, and then like instead of a standard use state, I know it's implied that it's a number, but you might have to set like number depends on who you're working with and whether they actually want you to have that. Handle shoot peeps. This is gonna just probably return a void. Also get guns. This was React node. And then obviously if you shoot peeps, might have to pass in like victims or something, whatever, and then here like render the fallen. It's just yeah, anyways, you kind of see where I'm going, right? It's kind of a convoluted example, but yeah, it's basically all about types. That's why it's called TypeScript. You got to define all your types. You got to set up all the different. Another way to do this is you can use interface get gun props. You can define it like this as well. It's just up to you. I believe interfaces can be extended, so this interface can extend like, I don't know, NWA, right? Whereas types can't extend. So generally speaking, you use types if it's just simple. It's a linear, like one-dimensional type that's going to be used in other places or within the component you're using. Use interfaces if it's going to need to be referenced as and potentially extended. So a good example of this is if we go to fuck, dude, hello? Oh, it's right here. So you see, where is it? See, interface button props. It extends React. You realize they don't use type because you cannot extend a type. So interfaces are important. They will let you basically say that this button props has its own props, but it also extends everything that exists within here, as well as here, right? And if we follow the button props, it will link us to, where is it? Hello, where is it? Oh, it's imported. So is it imported? Button variants. Oh, they just call it button props. My bad. Yeah, it's right there. So yeah, that's pretty much how it works. Yeah. Yeah, see. So I would say if you want an easier time getting into TypeScript, honestly, you can start with JavaScript. There's nothing wrong with starting with JavaScript and then working your way into TypeScript. If you just want to jump head first into potentially a very confusing part of JavaScript, because the way it works, right? Yeah, the way it works is TypeScript still has to be transpiled back into JavaScript before the compiler will then run the code and then break it down into machine code and all that shit, right? So it adds another layer of complexity. And if you're willing to just dive headfirst into TypeScript, that's totally cool too, more power to you. But yeah, generally speaking, it's no issue at all if you want to start with JavaScript and then eventually hop into TypeScript because it's gonna be kind of like overwhelming, I feel like. Oh hey Shreya, you want to refer me to your company Red Hat? Oh shoot, no way. Okay. Well, say no more. I think I picked up a card part from a guy who used to work at Red Hat. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dude, I know of Red Hat. Red Hat's pretty intense. It's crazy. That's cool. If you're actually referring me, oh man, you're honestly super cool and I hella respect you. Thank you so much. If not, don't even worry about it. Even if, let's say, the referral doesn't work out, I just appreciate it. You know, more than you know for sure. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. Um, what else is still trying to get this to freaking stick, dude. I don't understand. Am I currently working? I'm pretty much laid off already. So yeah, I can I'm free anytime at all. Anytime, whenever. Does Red Hat have a does it have a presence, like a global presence? Oh, you guys have a cool stuff store? Do you mind giving me a rundown of like Red Hat? Because I'm doing some research right now and I'm still a little bit confused, specifically what you guys do. Super cool though. Do I have to work with Linux? I don't mind. I'll relearn Linux. It's been so long. It's been like how long has it been since I touched Linux? It's been a couple years, honestly. It's been since when was the last time I took my security course? I took my security course. Um, was it? I took it. I think third year, my third year in university. So that was quite some time ago, honestly. Uh, third year in university. I graduated 2021. So I would say 2020. It's been like 5 years since I've done. It's cool though. Anyway, appreciate it. Thank you, Shreya. That reset is crazy work. It's smaller. Oh, that's better actually. Make this sticky though. How many years have I been working? So I graduated college when I was 20. Sorry, what am I talking about, dude? Sorry, yeah, I graduated college when I was 29. So if you want to consider the 4 years I spent at university, it's 4 years at university and then almost 3 years professionally. Um, yeah, so I mean, I guess if we want to consider university as maybe 2 years experience, if you don't consider university at all, then we can say that only like almost 3 years professionally. And the thing is too, when you get into a job, you don't want to like coast, because if I was coasting my entire time at a job, I can guarantee you I wouldn't be able to build this website with like very minimal AI help, if any at all. Like I actually kind of really didn't like it, some of the suggestions that AI was making with my code. But when you get into a job, you need to take advantage, learn as much as you can, and then like push on to the next one, right? Um, I would say sometimes though work is pretty slow and you know stuff happens, but definitely try to get yourself to build things on the side. You know, front end dev, come in software developer role. Yeah, yeah. So when you're a software developer, you can be a software developer is kind of like the superset, right? You are a software engineer, right? But inside this software engineer superset, there's a lot of subsets, such as like web development. Like so there's web development, there's AI, there's what else is there? There's so many other things, and I can only think of those two right now because my mind is fried. So sorry, there's mobile development, web development, there's AI, ML, and there's like operating systems like Windows, which probably fall under like, I don't know, machine programming or assembly programming or something. So yeah, there's a lot of different variations you can get. They all fall under the same umbrella of like software engineering. And then of course there's like data science, which is kind of different on its own. Sure, there's a little bit of engineering involved, but it is more so um, playing with models and using data versus actually engineering a product, if that makes sense. Well, there's like machine learning engineer, AI engineer. Um, I guess that would fall maybe more towards the data science category, because from what I understand, they just produce models, right? And then you have to dictate which direction you take your model based off the results it produces. So I would think AI ML probably falls under the data category, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. AI ML is under data science or computer science. ML is a subset of AI. All, yeah, okay, yeah, so I was right. So they all fall under data science. My bad. Software engineering is specific to like mobile development, web development, operating system development, um, it's stuff like that, right? So you're like building like software for people to use. I don't know, man. That's kind of like a really generic way of putting it. Data science is all things analytics related. Machine learning, AI, checking out data, determining which direction the company should move forward, all data science. And then software engineering is just like, I think software engineering is more so the building of the robot, while data science is analyzing the results that the robot produces, I guess, if that makes sense. Not really. That was a really bad example. But yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. Max with. Oh no. Why is it doing that? Max with. One hundred 33 pixels. You're doing a full stack intern. Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Software developer experience, not specifically full stack dev. I mean, if you learn backend and front end stuff, you might as well just say you're a full stack dev. You want to switch to AI ML, so your experience of software development won't be considered. I mean, it's still programming. I don't think that's a bad thing. It's still in a related field, right? You're not switching from being a carpenter to becoming a programmer, right? So it might be different, but your knowledge is more broad. But like I mentioned to the other guy, you need to pick a focus and like stay within that focus. I will mention, if you have an internship as a software engineer and then you decide to switch to AI ML, you should probably get an internship through a place that does AI and machine learning, and have some like data science internships involved. Otherwise, if you have a software engineering internship and then you go and apply for like AI ML roles, they'll be like, what is this? This is not what we want. My assumption anyway. So like still take the dev role, see how you like it, and then of course if you want to switch off to AI ML, you totally can. Just do it under the pretense that you're gonna have to get another internship to back up the AI ML major. You want to switch to AML, or oh yeah, sorry, I just read that already. Yeah, no worries, man. It's if it's helpful, but just take what I say with a grain of salt, because it has been a long time since I've been in the education system. Hi. Damn, it's already 5.
Take Leo for a walk,
Okay.
but
You want fried chicken? Okay. Okay.
Leo, come here. Come here. What do you do today? Other than
I'm continuing the website thing.
don't wanna go to work? Yeah.
Wow, so beautiful.
Oh, my. Oh. You wanna go to work? Oh, Daddy, you wanna go to work? Oh, gosh. What do you say? What do you say? What do you say?
Am I standing? Yeah, I think I've been sitting too long. A little bit too long. This doesn't even work.
Patiently waiting.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be back.
Okay. Mm. Need to figure out. Christ, dude. Should be sticky. I have a relative here. Sticky. It's not sticky. The nearest parent. No, dude. Oh my goodness. What is. Wow. Oh, I did something. Mm. Relative top 0. This is relative. This Flexbox. Can I give you an overview about Firebase? I actually haven't used Firebase yet, so I'm definitely not the person to ask about that. No fucking way, that fixed it. That's bullshit. No way. Okay. I mean, dude, honestly, I don't even like this solution because the reality is this should be sticky, this should be sticky, and I shouldn't have to hard code this. Yeah. It's kind of disgusting me. I don't know why. Nope. Hmm. one of the few times I will be asking Cursor to help me figure out. It might break my code too. So let me actually let me save my code first, and then we'll try running maintain sticky position, especially when I reduce viewport to the smallest size, I guess. Oh, sorry. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. Yeah, so right now, the issue I'm running into is, okay, I obviously don't want the whole page to scroll, right? So you see how right now if I'm scrolling, it won't scroll, and the only thing that's scrolling are the products listed here. That's what I want. And it works fine and dandy here. Okay, it works fine here, whatever. The moment it gets compressed, and obviously I need to fix this, right? Because this is not even mobile size yet. You see how now the whole page is scrolling? So obviously if it gets really small, it's also, you know, really what I want is I'm going to refactor this so the layout looks better when the screen is small. It'll be more like cohesive, and then users just need to scroll the products here. And then when you add to cart, yeah, okay. But yeah, right now I can only figure out that the issue is coming from, see, I'm applying this sticky class name here. I am also applying product headers. So this one, see, I have a sticky here as well, but it's not sticking. Obviously this is fine, but the moment it gets small, you know, the problem with that is because I'm hard coding this value here. I'm saying that this container, which contains my product cards and the indicator, which is, this is the indicator and these are the cards. I'm hard coding it and saying that the maximum height is basically going to be 100 of the viewport minus 400. Yeah. And so instead of it maintaining its height, it's scrolling all the way to the end, which is not really what I want because it's kind of bad user experience, you know. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out some other ways to fix this. But I've been stuck on this for a while now. There's You needed to find the top value, top 0. I feel like I did that already. I feel like I did that already. No, it's not working. Oh, it's doing something. Maybe it's forcing the box to expand. No, I don't think that's the issue. Plus this overflow hidden is absolutely useless. Really don't think that's the problem. Why is my progress sticking? That's a problem. That's crazy. It's intended. We need to reconsider. Hey, Eternal, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. This is not really like a container issue. This is an issue. I don't think it's a container issue. Like this is not going to help me because it doesn't really change anything. That's not going to help me. I want it all to stick though. Like I want this to be there. I want that to be there. So like obviously I want this. I want this to stick. So obviously I want this to stick to that. I want this to stick to this, and or this specific one to stick to it's because right now I'm using grid, so when it collapses into one single column, I'm trying to figure out how I can make it like stick, I guess. I mean, you can do absolute with full z1. I mean, I hate z index. I'm just trying to yeah, doesn't really solve my problem because it's getting a little crazy. Why is it going on top? H full. Also, WTF? Why are my filters not? Why are my filters stuck? This might be no, it's not fixed. I think this might be a more problematic layout related problem because there are two solutions. Either I somehow make this sticky, or when the screen is small, I rearrange this so that I can then calculate the exact pixel height of this when the screen is small. And that way, but what if it's like the screen is really small like this? Oh my god, dude, this is crazy. I'm trying to think. This is tough. Cause like this gets into the land of no. This gets into the land of like mobile development almost, because you need to figure out at a specific screen height, you want to be able to display like a screen layout. Which I have not done very frequently with our enterprise apps. So even if it is really small, yeah, that's about the size. Damn, dude, I have to start getting into. I'm gonna. This is a long process. At least I know this is fine. So no, you definitely don't want to force it because forcing stuff like that it leads to a buggy result down the road. Definitely don't want to do that. You want to code it in a way where the code will know exactly how to resize and where to put the items when the screen is dynamically being resized, right? So it needs to know like the breakpoints of like when things should shift, stuff like that. Here you go. Grid column 1. Large is grid column 3. Man, do I have to redesign my layout? I have to redesign my layout. Sounds good, man. Good luck on your exam, dude. Study hard. we need to propagate the value up and then include that. Should you go for MacBook Pro or Air? Your old MacBook is starting to act up. Yeah, so definitely back to the project for now because it seems like Chase is gonna do practical programming interview, so figured might as well. As far as MacBook, I would say if you have the money, for sure M4 Pro. But I mean the price difference is absurd. I think M4 Pro. So how much did I pay for mine? I don't think I paid 1,800 for this. Also, oh, I have 1 TB. Honestly, if you have the money for it, I 100% would get the M4. Looks like 1 TB not available anymore. I would get the M4 Pro because it has like the most significant performance jump in the last 4 M chips, right? Apple Silicon chips. But if you're on a tight budget, then M3 Pro is probably honestly just as good. I have a base M4, but I came from an Intel Intel based CPU for the MacBook. And honestly, I hated it. Especially in this project. Like this project is massive, and every time I had to do a rebuild, oh, it took way too long. So I had to upgrade just for the sake of sanity, which I feel like it's probably what you're doing. Anyways, it's gonna be 3-month payment plan. You can get the M4 Pro. Oh hell yeah, dude. Fucking send it. Full send, get the M4 Pro, have no regrets. Just enjoy it. Cause right now, even though this laptop is amazing, I have actually pushed it to the point where it did slow down pretty bad. So personally, when I have the ability to, I'm probably gonna ditch this one and then get a M4 Pro. But yeah, I mean I'm not there yet, so dude, you're not gonna regret it though. M4 is good. I think the M4 base is almost on par with M3 Pro, but it's missing some like GPU cores or something like that. So it's still not as good as M4 Pro, but or M3 Pro. I have the M4 base. Yeah, so I bought it refurbished from Apple. I forgot how much I paid. Um, I didn't want to spend the money on it, but I kind of had to. So how much did I pay? Oh, dude, I paid like 1,500. So the M4 Pro, you're looking at like $300 more than the M4 base. Yeah, yeah. Oh, so you understand what I'm going through because I had the Intel based CPU. It's the worst, dude. It can't handle anything without absolutely thermal throttling and just like lagging like crazy. For this project, it literally shit the bucket every other time I try to build it. And then sometimes in like instead of shitting the bucket and having to rebuild, it would just keep throwing errors and then it wouldn't remember what errors it's throwing. So I would have errors that don't exist and it would still be throwing errors. I would have to quit and then restart the entire VS Code just to remove the error. It's terrible, dude. I did not have a good time with this, but yep, that's kind of where I'm at. Definitely, you won't regret M4. M4 Pro is gonna be really good for sure. Oh, Jesus. Hey Sanjay, how's it going?
Hey, Gary. Good.
Just realized I was mute. But yeah, dude, 100%. I totally understand what you were going through. Yeah, it's yeah. But yeah, I worked on my company laptop for a while, and then when I swapped over to my personal laptop, I thought I was gonna be fine. But nah, dude, it's the worst. It's the absolute worst. Even though this is M4 base, it should last a pretty long time, I feel like. I've only really hit its maximum limit a handful of times, so you know, hopefully it all goes relatively well. India, Apple doesn't sell refurbished, so the options are to buy refurbished from local vendor or get a new one. Refurbished from local vendors, probably quality isn't going to be as good. I like to take care of my stuff, so generally speaking, if I can afford to get one that's in a nicer quality, I'll do that. Pointer event. This checkbox here. Click. Click. Uh, oops. String. Nice. So then I'll click checkbox. Set category with content. Oh. Wow. Unit testing would be amazing if I had some unit tests, but okay. Categories checkbox bug fixed. Yeah, it's still okay. So checkbox content, checked items, on click checkbox, on click reset. Oh, so much nicer, dude. I made this entirely. Well, I guess we should pass label. Checked items. And it must be a string. Label is label. Whoops. Okay. Here I can do label is boom. We're good. Let's just push these changes first. This into this. Yeah, probably can. Honestly. Just call it checkbox list. I think Exceeding the free plan? Oh my god, dude. Leave me alone, bro. Did I really exceed the free plan? Has it been more than 7 days or something, I guess? That's lame. I apologize. I'm not a rich person. It bugs me that it's red now because it's part of my CI pipeline. This is good. What's up? Let's- Yo, what's going on, Azuk? I'm doing some like DevOps stuff because right now my GitHub pages will not deploy, and the reason for that is because I was using a free plan provided by the NX. This is NX. So my project is built off of NX. I just was curious about how it worked. It's basically a single repository that contains all of your different applications and libraries, and it's supposed to speed up development workflow without having developers jump from repo to repo. A typical poly repo setup is better for separation of concerns, but some people do like NX, and I was just curious about the tech, so I wanted to use it. I have the whole project listed below, by the way, so if you're curious, you can check it out. It's just the e-commerce website. So, let's see, this is what it looks like. Basically, you can log out, you can register and stuff, but you can just sign in with a guest user. And then from here, this is the hero. It just kind of like showcases all the cool products, you know? Then you can go to about, which I need to lazy load because some of the images are showing up kind of weird, not cool. You have a products page, which I just updated the code so it allows for, although it's not perfect, it allows for kind of like a more mobile friendly view. You can filter by products and it will update in real time. You can toggle, you know, whatever you want, and you can reset it and the toggles will reset as well. You can do free shipping, sort from high to low, and also maintain that high to low order like so. You can also search. So for example, if I'm looking for a bed, it will pull up all the beds. Maybe if I'm looking for kids, look for shelves. Oh, I need to fix that. So if the toggle is on for kids and I'm searching products, it doesn't filter by that specific one. So that is a bug I need to fix. And it looks like, oh, it's free shipping only. That's why. Okay, so like bed, toggle free shipping, kids, bed. Yeah, see, it does that. And then it freaks out. So that is, oh, that is a really bad bug that I need to fix. Anyways, I'm not able to fix it and deploy it because I'm using NX. And, oh yeah, that's the cart. So you can start adding stuff to cart. And inside the cart, it'll show you the subtotal, the tax, and the combined total. If you delete, it'll update in real time. Likewise, if you delete that, it'll update. And if you qualify for free shipping, it says you qualify for free shipping. I have this set up. Oh, I didn't run the server. I do have Stripe integration set up, but I need to run the server. What is this? Where's my what's the command again? I totally forgot. I need to create a custom script to run the server command. It's built on so the technology or the tech stack I'm using here is Express.js, obviously Node.js, React, TypeScript, TailwindCSS. I'm using ShadcnUI as the base component library that I'm referencing. And aside from that, obviously NX as the kind of foundation for the entire repository. And yeah, that's pretty much it. But let me do the GitHub thing. I should probably include the command to run the server for Express.js. Where is it? Command is here. So I think it's this one. Where is it? No. There you go. Scripts. This is Stripe. Stripe. So now I can do npm run Stripe. And it looks like now I'm getting an error. npm run Stripe. That's fire. Very inspiring. Dude, thank you. I appreciate it. It took this project. I grinded this project, dude. This was how long did it take me? It took me like 4 weeks, I would say, between start of April 21st to, well, today, but April May 22nd. Yeah, about a month, I would say, like 4 weeks. I would say the most frustrating part, dude, is the fact that I was working with NX Monorepo and it's like this, I wouldn't say it's new tech, but there's not a lot of information on it. You know, I was running into problems. I submitted a question in their on their GitHub, and no one answered my question. So no one answered my question. I was Google searching everything, did not get any results. You know, yeah, it was rough. I was trying to basically run a micro front end setup with module federation through NX, but it was just super buggy, dude. And I was trying to basically, so okay, I'll show you right now. So I have all this library, right? This huge library with like pages, you know, my Redux store. I have like shared UI components. All of this, if it's not using module federation, can be referenced in the apps, which is this. So as long as I'm not using a micro front end setup, my libraries, as far as NX is concerned, can be referenced and consumed by my store. I guess a good way of showing you this is I have this so it's called the NX graph, right? So this NX graph, basically what it does is it shows you all the like what consumes what it depends on, kind of like a dependency graph, right? So store depends on pages, it also directly depends on UI, and it depends on the Redux store. But for some reason, dude, when I was using a micro front end setup, it would not work. This is what I'm trying to do. Hello. So anyways, I scrapped it and I was like, all right, fine. I'm just not going to do a micro front end architecture. I'm going to run with a standard monorepo setup.
I told him to come over. He's like, no, I don't like seeing Gary in a bad mood. It's affecting my.
How am I in a bad mood?
No, sometimes he stressed out and then he doesn't like being around like people. So he's like, that's why I don't stay over.
Really? Because I'm like studying and stuff?
Yeah, he don't like because he's already stressing out.
Oh, like double the stress. Well,
You wanna go to the pier, to that wing place,
okay, that's fine.
to watch the sunset?
Okay,
We finish my workout.
okay. Close my door, thanks. Yeah, but anyways, I scrapped the microfrontend architecture and I just stuck with the monorepo. I did some research on microfrontend setups and it's kind of confusing why people choose. I don't know the benefits. I don't know what the benefits are of NX with module federation versus just a poly repo setup with module federation, I guess. My experience is it tapers off at this point. But yeah. Oh. Oh shit. Yeah, my bad. Um, but basically, yeah, if you're in the basics of Java, I would say, yeah, this is another can of worms that I opened up that, yeah, it was so frustrating, dude. It felt like it was my first time programming again since I first started programming. Oh my god, dude. Wait, I don't understand how this is. How this is. See, NX Cloud access to. Sync NX cache. That's not. That's How long have I been programming for? I would say professionally almost 3 years. But yeah, I started obviously in college. So it's been 4 years college, almost 3 years, like 7 years ish. But college doesn't really count, so I guess like 3 years. 3 long years. That's not working. It's cloud. No. NX cache, NX sync, local. Did I have experience before college? Nah, dude. I started fresh, man. I was like probably one of the worst programmers in my class. Not probably. I was actually pretty bad at programming. I enjoyed it. I liked it, but it was a struggle. All the math classes I took, very big struggle. My entire college life was a struggle. Like, yeah, dude. And I even was trying to get my associates in applied mathematics, and that was also extremely, extremely difficult for me. So I am about as bad of a programmer as you could imagine when I first started. I would say with confidence now I'm not the worst programmer in the world, but I'm not going to say I'm the best either. I'm very far from being anywhere near the best. Like I'm very much, just started my journey, so any advice for beginners? So are you planning on getting into like full stack web development, back end, front end? You're most likely gonna have to pick a focus. I'm just gonna copy this. I feel like I'm kind of over trying to figure this out right now. But you need to pick a focus, and then you need to I'll be honest, I feel like a lot of job listings are looking for sorry, hold on. They're looking for full stack programmers anyway, web developers, software engineers, whatever you want to call them. And if you're just getting started, I would say take it slow. Focus on only what you need to focus on right now. So if you're starting with Java, you stay focused on Java. Because Java is basically the backbone of a lot of backend applications, right? So or the backend portions of applications. So stick with Java, learn Java, keep doing LeetCode because you need to have a strong LeetCode foundation, I guess. Even though I think it's terrible, but continue studying LeetCode, keep practicing Java, start building some projects. So if you want to be full stack, you want to pick a stack to kind of drill into. I think the most common ones are mean as well as MERN, which mean I believe stands for uh, uh, which I probably would go with the most popular one. So you probably want to head in the direction of MERN, which is MongoDB, Express.js, React, and Node.js. So I would probably just do MERN, and then mean uses Angular, and I kind of want to learn Angular too, but due to the popularity of React, I think as far as job security is concerned, you have a little bit more leeway with React. So, pick one, stick with it. If you're going to do React, stick with React. If you're going to do Angular, stick with Angular for now. Then when you get down the road and you're like, hey, I kind of want to experience what Angular has to offer, then, and say maybe you were doing React the whole time, then you can just jump into Angular and should be relatively better to move NX dependency. So it should be like relatively easier, I think, to get into if you end up going in that route. Oh, it's right there, dude. Jesus. Um, yeah, rerun. Forgot how to do it. Fuck, dude. The PX NX affected T test build. Test. Meeting. Building. Should you learn React or Node along with Java? I would say learn Java first, and then when you're ready, learn JavaScript, and then from JavaScript, learn some React fundamentals, and then from there you can start incorporating like Node and stuff like that. But yeah, generally speaking, the order at which I would do things is Java, then JavaScript, which is going to be a lot to learn because you have to learn JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. With HTML and CSS being a lot easier to pick up than JavaScript. So then after you learn JavaScript and HTML and CSS, then you incorporate React. And then after you incorporate React, throw some TypeScript in there. Now you have backend. Oh, and then also for backend, for you also need like a database language. So you'll probably need Java, like SQL, NoSQL, and then on the front end you'll have like yeah, then you'll have Java or TypeScript, React, or / Angular, and then all that good stuff.
Done?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Can you put this on for me, please? Let's go. I'll shower. I take my car?
You're gonna shower?
No. Come back and shower.
I'll just take my car.
You sure? I'm sweating though.
You appreciate it? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna head out, grab some dinner. Gonna call it because I think some of the changes here are good now. Where is it? Yeah, I did some LeetCode, fixed the bug. Should be deployed but not merged. Funny how that works. Anyways, just double check, make sure at least. Wow, that was not cool. Jeez. Yeah, I need to fix the performance on this thing for sure. Nice. Okay, so never mind. It looks like my changes are here, which is good. I think I'm gonna edit this. Let me commit those changes. All right. Ooh, why is it so laggy? Is it because I'm not using NX Cloud? God, it's so slow now. I need to incorporate some backend in here for sure. Be safe. You'll tune in future streams. Cool, man. Sounds good. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming until I get a job, and even after I get a job, I'll probably still be doing like projects and stuff that I think will be fun to build. That way, you know, if you or anyone else has questions, you know, feel free to ask me, and then, you know, I get to like test out new shit anyway. So, alrighty, guys, catch you later. It's been a long day. Not nearly as bad as yesterday because at least I did something that was more fun than LeetCoding. But I'll see you guys